All right. Hello and welcome. We are back. We are back. Let me adjust this volume a little bit here. All right. So, what do we got on the agenda for today? So, I wanted to talk about. I know I kind of just usually just jump right into it. So, there's a few things I want to talk about with Once Human. I can't remember if we talked about the tech changes that were coming, and I can't remember if we talked about the Wish Machine update that was coming. So I'll touch a little bit on both of those and my thoughts on it. There are some things in game I want to do today. So I think there's like maybe 3 objectives that I have. So number 1 is I definitely need to farm out some energy links on Way of Winter because we are hurting for energy links. Let me change this song. The other thing is we are hurting for materials. So what became apparent in this version of Way of Winter that we're doing this time is prior to going into this Way of Winter scenario, I really only had just my main and that was it. But my main has been parked on an SCP server for a very long time. So what I want to do is probably create another character on Manibus, specifically for the purpose of farming out materials. Because what we really need is like bear skins, but like the cave bear skins. We need the crocodile skins. We need the wasteland wolf skins. And the problem is Wave Winter wolves are very sparse. There, as far as I know, there's like 1 crocodile in the entire map. And the cave bear skins are kind of difficult to get because there's not a lot of, there are bears. There's polar bears. I'll kind of show you what I've got going on in Way of Winter before we jump into Manibus, but I don't know how long of a stream it's going to be today. We'll kind of roll with it and see what we got going on. But let me jump into the game and we'll show you what we got going on here. So I am kind of back to my usual farming build with the P90. So I'll show you that. I did figure out, like, as fast as it is, like, you can do all this stuff. You break the ice cube with the kukri and you do all this extra damage. You can kill it in like 9 seconds. Like, it's not sustainable to do that. The most sustainable way I've found to do it is just go in there with a festering gel and just like you do it about 1 minute per rotation, and it's the most sustainable way to do it because like you don't have to have any sort of healing items. You don't have to have you don't really take any damage, and it's just repeatable over and over and over and over again. So like the most baseline thing you can do to get your character power up is farm out the mod system. All right, let me fire up the game here. And I may run with some background music on today. I don't typically. All right, so we are on XO 193. So I'll show you what we got going on here first. Because I've pretty much decided that I'm gonna have an alt on every different server minus the PvP servers. All right. You're going to get a kick out of this, what I got upstairs. Because I'm running Beastmaster. And the one thing I have not figured out yet, and I might look at it here in just a second, is I could have swore that when I pulled up how many animals I could have out, the Beastmaster was showing that I could have 10. If that's the case, then that might change things a little bit. If it seems like things are a little bit wonky, I noticed like Twitches have like a major delay today. As far as latency. Because first I thought, well, maybe it's my connection. And that was kind of what delayed stream a little bit. I was like, okay, let me pull up stability test and see what if the internet is crazy or what. And it was fine. I was like, well, maybe it's a bandwidth problem. Nope, wasn't that either. But like any stream I had pulled up, it was like almost like 11-second delay. Like, what the hell? All right, so what we've got, there's like 2 sets of animals I'm getting. So I'm looking for, like, this is probably the easiest way to show you this. Let's see. So right now I've got 2 sets of polar bears that are both grade S. This other grade B one is just mutant. I'll probably slaughter it here in a minute. Really the purpose of this one was just to get the mutant trait off it. Which we may even do that right now. Let's see. I gotta figure out what the hell one it is. Because they all look the same. Nope. Close the door. I probably should have named these. That probably would have made this easier. We're gonna do it like this. This makes the most sense. All right, so we got to find it. Where to go? It's grade B. Use. Slaughter. That's one less mouth to feed. All right, so what I want to do, and you kind of see like really the only bears that you can get in here, because you can't crossbreed polar bears and bears. But I also have, let me see if I can put these guys out here. So somewhere in this box. This is just a test of capacity. So let's grab some of these guys. I don't know what they eat though. Maybe I won't do. I don't know what the fuck flamingos eat. All right, let's do this. Give me some crocodiles. Where are my crocodiles at? That's a grade C with a beach trait. Where's my grade S ones? Do I have any grade S? I don't think so. I've got grade S polar bears. Well, we could pull them out. That would work. for what we're trying to do. All right, so that's a grade A. Pull out this grade S. Well, I don't even know what the frickin' rabbit eats. Get that out of here too. One of these crocodiles had mutant trait, and I don't know which one it was. Not that one. I think these guys all had beach. None of these have been tamed. Let's throw some of these guys out. All right, here we go. Capacity test. See if it throws a fit. Because in the early iteration, you could only have 6 animals out at a time. Which we've got 5 right now. It definitely lets you have more than 5 or more than 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it lets you have 10. Just throw out everything. Anything that's still got to be tamed yet. So I think I can do... another couple crocodiles, maybe? One more. Territory cannot accommodate more livestock. Okay, so you're limited to 10. That's way more than I thought it was. All right, so that changes things a little bit. On to the next thing. So the other problem we got is we are broke. We got 72,000. So we need to do a few runs of Forsaken Giant. So I either have to run I think this deep fried hot dog is mixed fried hot dog is going to be the better thing to run. And we're using festering gel. This is not going to be the most efficient way to do it, but it does work. The only other thing I needed to do is go here. Change out the ammunition type. All right, I'll kind of give you a preview of what we got as far as gear. So we've got the P90. My main one is this one. So we got vulnerability amplifier, level 17. I can kind of go through the mod setup and the gear setup that we've got. So running 2-piece Lone Wolf, 3-piece Savior with Earthly Boots. And then for mods, we've got... It just makes more sense to do it like this. So we got Fortune's Favor. I really would like to level this up. So it gives us extra crit damage. We can't do weak spot damage. We got Targeted Strike, level 17. We've got Crit Amplifier. I really would like a better one of these as well. I really would like a better Rush Hour. There's a lot of stuff I got to level up. This is a Lunar mod. It's only level 12. And I got Deadshot, but this is only level 11. So 17's max level. Definitely need to do some work on these. Alright, so let's do a few runs. And we are going to go down here. So here's my complaints with this new system they got. So they changed the pollution system. So it used to be there was set points where there's pollution. Like there was, and I'm trying to remember this from memory. So I want to say like out here was a pollution already. But the pollution zones were not typically in points of interest. I don't know if the visional is this. The visional wheel might be this thing that is these mirror zones and phantasmal areas, but these, it basically what it did is it crapped up every point of interest with some of this crap. Like you've got, like I think this was a polluted zone already. So that's like nothing, no drastic loss there, but I'm going to check the server I'm on for Manibus before I go create another character. But first, let's check the shop and see what's on the shop. So, because when I went to bed last night, because I didn't go to sleep till probably 3 a.m., 4 a.m., everything that I wanted to buy was no longer on the shop. There's like, I think the main thing that we're going to want is these Stardust ingots. I'm going to buy up some of those. So they're 5,000 a piece. I need like 80 of them. So we're going to be doing a few runs of these. It shouldn't take too long. I do have a farming setup on Endless Dream as well. It's going to be kind of silly because like this is definitely not going to be the fastest run you've seen for this. It's just there's a difference between like the clips you see on YouTube. Like they'll be like, oh, I killed it in 5 seconds. And the amount of setup that's required to do that. Now, I will say there's some of these runs that do not go well. Like, some of the time, we completely bork the run. But this is probably the fastest way to get A, mods, and B, energy links that I know of. Like, probably for leveling up mods, Nightmare Silos might be better. Let's do this. I do have my game volume down just a little bit. That wasn't too bad. See, I think a good run is like about a minute. Like, can it be done faster? Yes. That's 45 seconds. That's not too bad. I think my best time is like 40 seconds. It's a little hard to get it any faster than that. Unless you like using some of the super crazy chef class methods, which we're not chef. We are Beastmaster. Oh, come on. Go, go, go. So I'll explain why I do it that way. So Pestering Gel has two abilities. Its E ability, which is like its secondary ability, is like a shield. Shields you from all damage for a set amount of time. So the first thing that Forgotten Giant does is it comes down and it smashes the ground and it puts out this blast wave. That blast wave will instantly take you out if you don't have something to mitigate the damage. You can either A, randomly jump over it, so you'll see me spam and jump, or you just use E and just ignore it. And then obviously we're using Savior set, so it will start taking down our life bar. Well, the problem is when it does its sweep, if it catches you, it'll down you. So then I'll throw down Festering Gel to A, keep me topped off so I don't have to use a healing item. And B, kind of mitigate the damage that it's going to do to me. And you'll see when I fire, it will bring its arm down, right down. If you're standing in front of it, it'll jack you up. So I usually run off to the one side. I got really, really unlucky with these rolls and these boxes yesterday. I did not get anything that I wanted, but I'm only going to do a few of these. I'm not going to do a bunch of them. I don't really need that much. This is just by far the fastest way to do it. So like an average nightmare or dungeon run would take you like probably 5 to 7 minutes. Shit, this can be bad. Okay, that time I had to use a healing item. I really want to get like some other build to do this, but I'm overweight already. Frick. All right, we'll go back to base after this run. Probably carrying those 3 flamingos still. All right, he might jack us up. Oh, we got lucky. Anyway, you kind of get the gist of what is entailed with this, but I don't want to do that forever. Probably yesterday off stream, I did that like a good freaking 50 times probably. All right, let's warp back to base. If I can find it. Okay, so we got to figure out why we're overweight. Scrap this stuff first. There's only one of these I don't scrap, and that's this one, because you can't get it in game right now besides it being a drop. But that's been like the fastest way to get energy links and everything else. See, this is like a texture problem. I don't know why it's doing that. All right, so let's deposit. That is not what I wanted. But I do want to do a new scenario, so we'll do that here in a minute. $159 out of 140. Did I lose my freaking backpack? Might have. I'm trying not to take too much time doing this because it doesn't make for great content. I think what it is I think we lost our... Or no, we still have our backpack expansion. Oh, you know what? It's because I'm carrying like 27,000 rounds of ammunition. That's probably what's doing it. I don't really need that much ammunition. What I should do is load up the trunk to one of the cars with ammo. Well, we don't need to do that right now. Oh. That'll do it. Still carrying a crocodile. Probably carrying way too much fuel. Get rid of some of this. That worked. right, so I really want to go over to Manibus. There's not really a ton to do on this server right now. So, like, I don't mind Way of Winter. It's okay, but I do find that the temperature mechanic makes it kind of restrictive. So we're kind of like way out, not really in the middle of nowhere, but we're kind of sandwiched in between Emberstrand and Vienna Fjord. So like where I got all these polar bears from was up here. But we really haven't been able to venture too far into the hot zone just because like I need more temperature mitigation. Like I've been up into Fire Throat Sanctum, but like I need way more stuff to do it. As far as heat resistance. So I think what we're gonna do, let me go back inside my base and then we'll jump servers. I can show you the character creator and all that stuff right from the start. So let's do a relog. Okay, so this is Manibus Y0002. This is a permanent Manibus server. This isn't the character I'm gonna use because this character is a chef. But what I wanted to see is I wanted to see okay, so this is a non-visional. Well, maybe. The hell is that logo for? Public crisis event, Paradox Space? I've never heard of that event. I know that's a new one. Post encounter, Manibus. Well, that's because Manibus is going on right now, but I don't know why 002 is a divisional server or not. Let's create a new character. Create a character for this scenario. Oh, what are we going to name this one? Brick. I'm running out of symbols. Character customization. I really don't want to screw this too much because it's going to take too much time. And I don't really care that much. I can change it in game. That works. Oh, damn. Oh, it includes special characters and you can't do that. Okay. Skip the tutorial. We don't need that. Permanent. So Y2 is a visional. Should we try? I hear this is like the Manibus server to go to. Manibus Y1. Let's try this one. All right, so here is where we went wrong on the other one. So, and I wanted more classes. Not sure why he's not wearing a shirt. Whatever. Can't really say much on that. Material cultivation. HP sewing. Nature affinity. The only advantage of this is material cultivation, which I honestly, that would have been handy. This time, I think I'm going to start with a wolf instead of a bear. I think the thing that made this like worth getting was Beast Whisperer, just because it was funny. So the initial things that make Beastmaster worth having is when you capture a beast and it starts at 50 tameness, it will not attack you at that point. The genetic trait, selective breeding, helps a lot, and Congo, Misha, or Shiro. I think I'm going to go with a wolf this time. Of course, like if you've seen me play any other games, that wouldn't surprise you because like I always take summoner class. Like when I was playing PoE, I think I was a witch, that any sort of summoner class. Diablo 4, it was necromancer. All right. So where we want to land is as close to Dayton wetlands as we can. This is honestly probably the most advantageous place to land. Go here. Enter world. We'll turn up the game a little bit. So this will be character number 5. I expect this to be, this is supposedly the most populous Manibus server that there is. I'll be able to tell as soon as I land because I'll be able to pull up the online shop.
Now that we've made it, let's set up a territory.
Now, before we do that, let's go here. Well, can you not do it yet? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, God. Get out of here with that shit. Get out of here with that shit. Does the orange tree drop oranges? False advertising. So the reason I went non-visional, you can see that there's no like polluted areas per se, like in the traditional sense. So there's two reasons for that. Number one is I didn't want any areas that we could not go to. And number two, it's going to make it way easier to farm out animals, which is the entire purpose of this. So I got to get the stuff for a territory. This is not a super populous shard, so because animals are not fearful of me because I'm a beastmaster. So I can just walk right up to them and see what they are. Makes like harvesting them way, way, way easier. Okay, so we need some wood. And then we need some stone. I think last time I kind of set up over here. I think this is where we'll be.
Nice work. We'd better gather some ore and logs.
Well, the problem is going to be that we need, I think, 10 wood and 10. Well, I got plenty of that. Okay, let's do, I want to try something different here. So let's go to settings, game settings, audio, music volume. Put my own music in. what I always do is I
We'll
put...
also need a furnace and a disassembly bench to process the materials we gather.
Well, maybe... Is there even a point in doing that? I can just build the bench. I don't have any tech points. Not a one. Alright, I guess we're building a furnace. Probably would have been easier just to import what I needed. Once I get set up, I'll kind of talk about some things a little bit. You know what? Before we do that, let's not start with like a super tiny base. It's going to create problems. It's not very often that I have like a fresh start on, because I kind of get sick of the seasonal changes. That's why like a lot of the characters I've started in the last little while have been on permanent servers. I think I might do a Way of Winter permanent one too. Need copper ingots. Okay, so we can't do that yet.
Use the furnace to refine raw materials into something more practical. We'll need it for advanced items.
Damn, I just want two. I want two furnaces. There's a very specific reason. You know, honestly, I think the reason this game became like what I play primarily is like the one I really liked is I always liked Ark, but the problem was Ark was like one of the most poorly optimized games I've ever seen. And like really, I had like looked forward to like Ark 2. I thought like, oh yeah, Ark 2, they announced it and they had that trailer. I was like, that looks so awesome. And then it never came out. I don't know if it ever will. Based on some of the things I was hearing. I know there is more efficient ways to do this. Like I could like import myself chainsaw and do it that way, but I just usually like grind it up from the base. It's more authentic. Is there a melee button? Can I just punch a deer in the face? That'd be bad PR. It's not even a full-grown deer. Okay, I definitely have enough wood. What I was trying to do is build my freaking tent. Okay, now what we want is we need a crossbow. Rustic crossbow. Melee club torch. I need some shabby fabric. So that ain't gonna help me. Any parts for that? Well, what about... Why the heck does it have two things listed on here? You got crafting materials 0 out of 2, shabby fabric, and deer hide. Well, I just want some freaking ammo. That's all I need. Looks like we are short some rocks. The thing that's going to really be interesting is we have 0 deviations or anything. So we're kind of starting out right from nothing. I am kind of hyped for the new scenario that's supposed to be coming this year, though. So the things that they announced that were changing was, and they kind of revealed with the update that they just gave on the Wish Machine, as I think the tech updates are coming on April 22nd. I'm thinking that's the patch that's going to change it. So like right now, we have this tech system. This whole thing's getting reworked, but this tech specialization thing's gonna go away. So like right now, every 5 levels that you gain, you roll randomly on a tech ability. That's gonna go away. This tech expertise thing's gonna go away. That whole menu will go away. And then the Wish Machine is going away. The mod... What was it? Oh no, it was a blueprint screen. Blueprint screen's going away. Which I'll give them credit. They are addressing like the #1 problem that a lot of these games have is, especially games out of the East, they have atrocious menus. Like, and I put out a post on Twitter about it. I was like, some of these games have such atrocious menus, I just quit the game in general. I think the worst one that I've seen, that I personally have seen, is Where Winds Meet. That had some of the worst menus I've seen. Just as far as like menu bloat. Alright, let's get a pickaxe before we get anything else. That way at least we can gather decently well. All right, we need more gravel. We need a ton of gravel. Some more trees too. The other thing that I should do before we get too far is I should do enough stuff to get my commissions unlocked. The reason I put 2 furnaces out is one will be solely for making charcoal, basically. Until we can get power. That's 20 arrows. That's not horrible. I think once I do like the third mission, then I can do it. So Manibus, I think, was the first scenario that I played on before there was a class system. Like when the game originally launched. So I've got around 1,100 hours into Once Human. So like not like a ton, but definitely I did quit for like maybe 6 months to 8 months, something like that. I took a break. I think we did Manibus, we did One Way of Winter when like it was OG Way of Winter. And it was just so crappy. I don't think we went back to Manibus after that. We just kind of quit. We need more arrows. Need more freaking stone. Might as well get it this way. I know where we're getting our materials from, because that was kind of why I landed where we landed. Alright, where's some dedicated stone? Screw it. I don't need sulfur yet. Because like even the Way of Winter that I'm on now, the Visional does give you some stuff that you can't get other places. Like you can't really get stuff off the Visional shop without it. So you can't leave like lunar mods or crescent mods. Trying to figure out what the hell is shooting. It's their nutcracker. So for the initial like little bit, we'll pretty much be using crossbow exclusively. That should be good. All right, so we got some ammunition. Level 2. It's gonna want me to build this. God damn it, I need more gravel. Getting that initial setup is always a pain in the ass, but we'll get there. I think I only needed 20. That'll work. For whatever reason, that music track was like super quiet. That's a like, super generic one.
Nice. This is a strong foundation for us to build upon. These items might not be usable, but we can break them down into raw materials. Well done. Now you can unlock more mimetics.
Okay, we definitely want primary supply bench. We're definitely going to want... Jesus, giving me the whole tutorial.
I have a blueprint here. We can use it to make ourselves a weapon. First, let's build an equipment bench and workbench.
Really would like to get adrenaline shots, but I need 2 tech points for that. Yeah, that texture pop in is not good.
Now that it's ready, use the equipment bench to make a weapon. Don't forget, you also need to make ammo on the workbench.
Can we make ammunition? Because what the hell would you make it out of? Oh, they gave us... Most of the specialty stuff we're not going to be able to make. Like, the green stuff we can make is like tier 1. We're going to definitely need deer hide or rawhide. So what the hell is the difference between deer hide? I'd rather make it out of rawhide. Or just hide. What the hell do you get hide? Alright, let's go find some critters. I know I can get rabbit fur. I think the best place to go down here along the river. There's usually some animals around here. Oh, they're also removing tin ore and aluminum ore. So that's going to be a thing. I thought for sure we'd come across a deer. World 99? What the hell is that? Danger, World 99. The hell is that? The hell is World 99? Is it like something you can easily switch to? It doesn't even show up on here. I wonder if that's like PvP or something. I have no idea. Oh, that's actually useful. How about that?
Those who dream. Very good.
Okay.
I think it is this little.
Oh, the Diggy Boy. Yeah, I know where that's at.
It has the. I think it is this little. Yes, rest assured. As far as I suggest.
I know where that guy's at too. We need to go back to our base, craft ammo, but what I'm looking for first is I'm looking for a deer. There's usually some up here on this ridge. Because we need to make some gear. They're just going to be harder to see because usually they run away from you. We don't have a lot of ammunition though. Headshot. Something I did find out about, I didn't even know auto take was a thing in the game until like maybe 2 weeks ago. It makes looting so much easier. He's gonna whine at me for something. I don't know what it was. One shot, one kill. The bad thing is, like, I've played Manibus so many times, I pretty much know where all the enemies spawn at. For the most part. Okay, maybe we don't need to hunt deer. There's a door out the side of here, I think. Yeah, I seen that there's material crafting. So I have a gardener on a SCP server. So this is like my, what'll probably be my animal farming. Where the hell did he come from? Because this is a non-visional Manibus server. It's literally Manibus Y001. I just started. They must have turned up the spawn rate of enemies, because I never remember them respawning that fast before. Yeah, like, I think that was something they added with the changes to the class. I like the seed breeding too. I thought was good. It is. I find that it's not a common class people play because there's not a lot of combat abilities to that class like there is with Chef. Like Chef has like tangible. If you want to farm stuff, there's tangible benefits to it. All right, let's put some cosmetics on here. What the hell is this? Does it let me equip something even if I don't have something in that slot? The only thing is I got to change something about this piece of gear because otherwise it has this really annoying animation. I like it. That works. Yeah, because so the reason I went to Manibus was like there was nowhere I could get like wolves easily in Way of Winter, and there was nowhere I could get like regular bears, and like there's only that one crocodile spawn. So I was like, well, I'll just start a character on like a permanent Manibus server. Which I always thought, and maybe it was in the baseline, I thought that like the maximum number of creatures you could have was 6. But it looks like it's 10. Because even if you looked on like the forums, it was showing that you can only have 6 out at a time, but you can have 10. Yeah, that's going to be like crazy for like gold and wool. I have not seen a single deer yet. I think they're all over by Myers Market. You know what? Let's go back to base and we'll keep going down the chain, because then we'll get our motorcycle. You know, the other thing, I don't know why they made it so hard to craft, like the upgrades to the flying car. I'm like, what the hell is this? Because like by the time you can unlock the flying car, it's like in game. I think they were worried about like people just using that to unlock all the waypoints, which is exactly what I did with it. But the durability on the thing is so low and you can't carry any cargo. But you can tell, so it must be the visional thing was the pollution zones. Because I don't see any pollution zones on here, at least not yet. Well, I haven't seen one of these in forever. Cargo Conquest? It's nostalgia. I haven't done a Manibus server like just like an OG vanilla Manibus, nothing crazy about it in like forever. Well, I guess we'll just craft some pistol ammo. So like what I'm trying to do, so I want to have a character that specifically is spec'd out to farm astral sand. So I almost want to have like a permanent Way of Winter, but a non-visional Way of Winter, and have them spec'd out with like all the tech for 2 times production on tungsten, extra speed on tungsten, all the production for tungsten, because you get acid that way. Make it a pollution zone so you can farm additional acid and just do nothing but farm out the maximum amount of tungsten I can and just turn it into astral sand. And then what you do is once you got it into astral sand, then you make the... I suppose you could import it directly over to another character and then sell it to astral sand on that character, or if it's already turned into astral sand, you can just make the tungsten on that character, get the Starcom for the month on it, and then just transfer the exclusive material to the other character and do it that way. Deviated onions? See, I've been doing mushrooms.
Wait, I just noticed a teleportation tower was activated at Deadsville. We can use it to teleport straight there. Open your map and try it out. Activating teleportation.
Does they change something
to places much faster and avoid any dangers
on?
along the way.
And I want to say it was SCP server when it came out. like when you, so it used to be when you made mushrooms in Eternal Land and it dropped a mushroom, it came up with that little triangle on it and you could import it into a scenario. Well, they changed that when they came out with the SCP scenario. So now if you make a mushroom in Eternal Land and the mushroom picks a mushroom deviation, you can import that into a seasonal server now. You couldn't before. And I don't know if that was intended when they did that, but you definitely can do it. So I like right now on every single character that I can set up like a mushroom farm in Eternal Land. That's what I've been doing. Because like the mushrooms are like incredibly useful. The onion deviation, I don't think is very useful. Because it's really just a CC. You don't like Eternal Land farming? Well, I like it because all I have to do is like just set it up initially and it runs forever. Because like one generator gives you infinite power. Water, I think, it still runs the way that it normally would. I mean, I'll be hyped when they change out to this new text system, but I think that'll be the 22nd. I think all that stuff's coming the 22nd when they redo the wish machine. Which I thought that was coming earlier. I thought that was coming that exact update. But it's being disabled the next update.
A cradle on your back? Are you a mayfly?
Oh, I haven't had that problem. They get stuck at 99% growth until I log into Eternal Land, then it grows all at once. See, mine, it will work fine, but they stop harvesting when they reach a certain capacity. Because like each mushroom will only pick so much, and then it will stop when it hits capacity. So I have like 5 of them. And then when I go back in and I harvest all the stuff from them, they continue to harvest.
How
But they'll only, I even noticed that with like deviation, like when they're producing materials, they'll only produce materials to a certain stack size and then they stop until it gets taken out. I thought they would autoplay.
I'm Mary. It's a good thing I met you. I'm thinking as fellow mayflies, we should be able to help each other. I came here to...
Yes, Mary, the character who
After
no one
all.
cares about.
Either way, that merchant...
Come take a look. Anything that catches your eye, I'm always open for business.
Try doing onions, gives you less per harvest, so they'll collect more deviated. Not to mention deviated onions sell more. Same growth time as mushroom. Well, it's more a utility thing because like the mushroom 5/5s are like really hard to get.
Wait, I've never seen you before, but my name's Claire. I sent a team.
It's possible that...
Don't be so...
So like I actually will use the ones I
Alright,
get.
There's no...
Good luck. I'll mark rotten. Make sure to stop.
Yeah, so like the other thing I've been wanting to do is do Secret Servitor to get I need more zap cams. Cause like for my Way of Winter, I gotta get a zap cam. People had them, but they were ridiculously expensive. Mysterious Gentleman. Oh, that's a good point.
I know the place for the first time. Ah,
Do you know about...
you've come. And as for
Do you always...
I was...
The only reason I'm skipping this is I've done Manibus like at least 6 times, so
I'm looking
back before they had the ability to skip these quests. Playing our next move of Mary.
Now that we know what to do...
I got super lucky on the drops from these.
Just don't... Oh, and
Like the first one I pulled out of this crate just randomly in the city. I don't know what level it was. It's probably not very high. I think that's the first one I've seen with the milk sugar. It's not a high level, but it's a rare color.
Oh yeah, this looks like it'll be fun to ride. When humans perceive deviations, they become influenced by them. Conversely, if you know enough about a deviation...
I think they're going to
you can find
retcon
a
this
way
whole
to-
story.
You should investigate.
It's like, yeah, you know that story, just throw it away. We're going to do something else.
Any unusual event.
Although I am hyped to see... Supposedly, they're supposed to be adding like a world boss for each scenario, like massive bosses.
Check it out.
But isn't that kind of what Manibus is? I don't know. Hopefully, it's better than that. You know, I wonder if that would keep them from despawning my tent. So they always despawn my tent, but if I craft something on the bench and leave it on the bench, I wonder if they would leave it alone. Oh, you know what? I gotta get my creature. So, did they give me a whistle? We're going with the wolf this time. See this icon? That creature does not look like whatever the hell this abomination is. They need to fix that texture. Holy shit, it looks horrible. Where the heck is this creature? But yeah, I kind of think like the wish machine changes, the tech changes, a lot of these other changes, I think it's to eliminate menu bloat. 'Cause if you look at, like, we'll go in here and you look at the menus, like a lot of this stuff. So like tech cradle, blueprint screen, they've changed how the mod system works. They're changing how how cluttered the backpack is going to be. I think a lot of those optimizations, and I would call them optimizations, I think it's to get ready for the console launch, which I seen that they had announced that they were starting to do closed betas for the console launch, which I think that's going to come out with a new scenario. So like, I think when we see this new water scenario that's supposed to be coming out, that's supposed to release vehicles that'll be available across all the scenarios, I think that's probably going to be when they do the console release. Which they got to be pretty far along if they're already in beta. All right, can I make him a claw? And what is a claw made out of? It would be on this bench. I need steel. I hear the wolves are the fastest and they're the most useful. So I tried. The problem with the bears have a very large hitbox, which they work good for tanking, like quitting from enemies being able to shoot you, but that works in both directions. Trying to find. Oh. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay. Oh, I should have signed that festering gel. All right, let's test this guy out. We'll get him. Yeah, they're getting one shot. Doing 1,000 damage. It's pretty good. Saves me some ammunition. I do wish they kind of had like a more robust AI. I know like everything is called AI now, but like a better algorithm for aggro. All right, let's see if we can get the mystical crate. Now, it'll be interesting to see how the materials changes go through, because I don't know, like boiling it down that much, I'm a little hesitant on, like taking all the plastic and making it just all-purpose plastic. I think the thing that could potentially happen, I mean, granted, it's easy to farm out that stuff no matter what, but if they make it more time efficient to go back and farm the low level areas repeatedly than it is to farm the high level areas, then people just do that. They'll find the most, they'll find the easiest way to do it. And then Wolf can even get in here? I don't even know. They're changing all this stuff too. There's a weapons crate in the attic over here. I'm wondering if the new enemies spawn on this map. Yeah, they do. Okay. They definitely do. Oh, yep, that's one of the things that we needed.
Polish. You know, you could learn a thing or two from this thing.
Where you should be able to pick them up. Okay, well, not gonna worry about it. Oh, maybe you got to do it in a certain order. Yeah, because the bear, when you would run along, it would like glitch up next to you and like kind of run faster than you, and then it would hit you. And it would push you off of the path you're going. So what is it? Does it have Colossal? It's got the additional XP. Attacks unleash precision battle cry, increasing Beastmaster's weak spot damage by 6% for 5 seconds. While under precise battle cry provided by this animal, the Beastmaster deals additional weak spot damage. That could be really good, actually. All right, so it says craft a copper pickaxe. After researching it in the tech tree. You know, there is another thing. So there, and I don't know why this menu is in the game. It doesn't make any sense to me, but if so in these different things that they have, and I forget what thing it's underneath. This is more of their menu bloat. It was it events? So there's this. I don't know how the hell you get these points. But you can go in here and you can get like actual weapons. But I have no idea if it gives you something that's not repairable. Or what? I have no idea. Because they give you like 1,000 points, but they don't say how to get more of these points. That is just called beginner advancement, which is strange. Because you can literally get, so like what, 50, you get a full shelter 3-piece set plus the Blaze Blessing and the KVD Boom Boom for like 250 points. Travel by teleportation once. Unlock tech ore detector. Why would I want to unlock this ore detector? I think on that one, I don't ever do that one. Of course, I'm standing by the fire.
Yeah, I'm Matthew. You must be that mayfly Claire hired. She told me you'd be coming to help. But I'll head back to...
I'm really hoping like the visional wheel system is not just used for like what it has been used. Like I'm hoping it doesn't repeat itself, because the thing I see in the game is, so they had like lunar event, and now there's like a shop for lunar. I'm kind of wondering if they're going to have like a series of these things and rotate through them. Because I'm almost thinking that's how it's going to be. Because otherwise this stuff would get obsoleted like super, super quick. Oh, I should have enabled my deviation. Oh well. Oh, I didn't craft a melee weapon. I should do that.
This looks like a recent resting place. Let's look for clues on the transport team.
He's on the roof. Speaking of roof, there you go. See, I would have thought the dog would have been able to at least get in here. Well, it's killing something. I'm getting EXP for it, so more power to him, I guess. Is it like clearing the building without me? Apparently. How the hell do you get upstairs? It's killing everything. I was not expecting it to clear the building. Okay, I've done this puzzle enough that I should know what this is. I think it's a blue. Frick. Why would that appear right there? I don't think we're gonna get it. We have no gear. Got one more chance. Oh, I got it. Okay, it's not purple. Definitely not purple. I think it's green. And then they said it can never be black or white. All right, it's yellow. All right, it's blue. Green. Yellow. Thank you for the follow. All right, so I think, you know what? Maybe we can do it this way.
Hungry, you feed. Ore. Want more ore?
Flo wasn't kidding.
Frick, I
This
need
thing gives
30.
me the creeps.
I should have remembered that. I just brought it over. Xeno Purifier. You are a bit hungry. Alright, let's go see if we can find some of this ore. We need 30 copper. Shouldn't be too hard to get. Might as well get all 3. I think one of the other pieces of feedback, let me move my mic so I'm actually talking in my mic. That'd help, right? Like, one of the other pieces of feedback I gave them was like we needed more purpose for like the large and medium truck. I would start a gardener on like a server like this, but so far I don't have any 2 characters on the same server. They're all like 1 character per server. I need a melee weapon. And I noticed that even like on the new scenario, I think that they turned up the respawn rates by a lot. Like these guys used to take a good solid at least 2 minutes to respawn. Now it seems like they respawn almost right away. Like it was so fast on Way of Winter, I literally just set up a loop and just ran around the circle, and that was how I got my gunpowder. It was Sulphur Springs, I think. Alright, let's go up to the roof, give the Diggy Boy his bribe, and then... snag him.
He may be small, but his appetite isn't, that's for sure. Let's take it back and see what Lo thinks. Hopefully, this was worth the effort.
I didn't expect to find these goodies. These will help a lot. There should be more good finds in other areas, so remember to keep an eye out.
You know, that's kind of the thing I'm not sure after the scenario that I'm on. Like, well, I already know what I'll be playing. I'll be playing Crimson Desert, but from the end of the scenario to the new tech team changes, because that would be like all of April. I don't ever remember that texture popping being that bad.
Fabulous work. That would be... Take the DV... Why not? And I am more...
Level 6? Okay. Well, that means we got our first tech point, or our first... Pickaxe durability is doubled. Enjoy 30% yield when logging with the pickaxe. Double jump ability. No. We turn into mushrooms or random fertilizer. Child of the earth. Forest hoe is definitely the most useful out of this. All right, so some of this stuff is pointless. I don't know why we even need it. Search for clues. The hell is that?
Captain, our guns work fine against deviants, but a deviation, who knows what that thing could do?
You're scared? After everything we've been through. All those dangers on the road. Why start worrying now? And you know, there's a reason things are getting worse. The growing number of deviants. Our business going down. We've got to do something for our family's sakes.
You're right, Captain. I'll have everyone stock up on ammo, then head to the Rotten Manor.
Rotten Manor.
I gotta say, I think the team's in danger. We'd better get to Rotten Manor fast as we can. I just hope there's still time.
There's a way to turn the headlight on this. There we go. It's kind of more like a chill stream. I kind of want to go through this house. Its attack is AoE. It works out really nice, actually. Although I miss, like, they're gonna obsolete a lot of these recipes that you used to be able to go find out, like, on the countertops and stuff. And, like, granted, some of them people nobody used, but hopefully it doesn't obsolete the ingredients.
The stardust concentration here is off the charts. We should set up a campsite before rushing into the Rotten Manor. That way we can recover more quickly if anything goes wrong.
Why? You know, if I found one with a fast enough respawn rate.
Traces of deviated vehicle number 673 have been detected at close range. If you encounter a strange-looking heap of scrapped cars, be careful.
I think we found Claire's goods. Too bad her team didn't make it, though. Look at this substance.
Oh, this thing.
Festering gel deviation.
Jesus. Have the wolf take care of it, no problem. Good
It's time
boy.
to head straight to the source. Let's settle things with the festering gel. But before we do, don't forget your agreement with Mary.
A great one factor? I'm wondering if the enemy density is so low because it was a performance problem of the game. I don't think Rustic Crossbow has any sort of base effect, so I don't know what the hell you could even do with it. If you go to mods, right? Well, let's go gear. I'm not even wearing a lot of gear, but this is not game music. It's just music that happens to be playing right now. Kind of freaky. Matches surprisingly well. Is that Ravenous Hunter? Does he respawn? It said something about Cradle. No, you have to unlock. You have to defeat the Ravenous Hunter, like the monolith. Meet Mary under the monolith agreed. The hell? I am not gonna go in and try to fight Ravenous Hunter with a frickin' crossbow. Jeez, Mary, watch out. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. That seems like a design flaw. How far can I make her go? Oh, no. Oops. I didn't see you there. Now I'm just doing it for funsies. I want to see how far I can push her. That might be a problem. I think she might be inside of the cliff. Can I talk to her still? Oops. How are we going to fix this? I did that because we have unlocked Eternal End yet. Which maybe that'll fix it. You know, the other game that I've been waiting to play was... I wanted to play Toxic Commando.
I guess you're the real deal after all. Sounds tough. Let's go in together. I brought some ammo.
Build a campsite nearby. Mary, you're high if you think I'm going into Monolithic Reed right now. Where do we want to go? We want to go to Myers Market. We got to build some gear. Okay. So the reason we went here is Myers Market is where all of our materials are going to be. You know, really, out of all the things I wish we could import would be like a souped up motorcycle or something like that, even if it was a bunch of points. I could revisit these guys. Take them all out, but just want to get to Myers Market. I still like remember by heart like what areas spawn what. Switch to public line. I don't know what that means. Can't get the extra-dimensional cat, but I definitely can get the Buzzy Bee. I could probably secure this if I actually went and built some gloves. I still think they need to buff that, like, way, like, a ton. The extra-dimensional cat does not really do a whole lot. Okay, so number one, let's see if we have done enough things to do commissions yet. We're definitely going to do this one. Definitely gonna do this one. Definitely gonna do this one. Definitely gonna do the ingots. Definitely gonna do... Shoot, I could probably do all those like no time. Where's that? Logging, crops, or ingots. I could have did the hunting one, but it's very inconsistent on if we're going to find deer or not. If they're anywhere, they're going to be over here. The crops will get just right here right now, pretty much. I don't know if they're counting all plants. Go this way. Boom, level 8. Okay, and then I want to just gather ore. 100 times. Which is individual strikes, not 100 of these. I don't think it's going to count. It is silver. The reason I'm looking for copper specifically is I need to smelt it into ore, or smelt it into ingots. It used to be that you could like find such a high density of deer, you could just sit here and farm them all day, but it seems like they cut down on the amount you could find, because it used to be, it might be up this way in Meyer maybe, but you could find all kinds of deer. Broken Delta. I think we need to go to the right, but I'm curious. Where is the enemy? So if you're curious like what the music I use is, I pay for like rights so that I can put like the music on YouTube and stuff. So you're like, oh, I've never heard this music before. It's because it's like stuff that I can pay for the rights for. So you won't hear me like use any copyrighted music, or at least not ones that I don't have the rights to. But I do that to keep it consistent in the VODs. So like if you're watching a VOD after the stream's over, you're getting the exact same experience as what you are when I'm live. I try to keep it consistent. He's level 15. Oh, shoot, I'll do this. Ain't very durable for being level 15. I don't know if it's a player or if it's a... This is Sunbury, so there's probably enemies. Okay, that's definitely... Nope, 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 nope. Get away from me. Oh, I see the lasers. Ah, juked him out. Got him. The other thing I wish they did is, like, when we get tech upgrades, I wish they would apply to the tent. Like, if I get a disassembler upgrade, that's kind of one of the problems now is, like, if you get a disassembler upgrade, you almost never use the tent. That's kind of like, so the meta pass is like, you pay like $5 a month or something like that, and you get like a better tent. And that's kind of what it is you get a tent and it has a nicer tent with a disassembler built in. Which it's okay. I would say it gets limited use. I think they do a similar thing in Fallout. Oh, come on. You get back here. Ah. Got him. That thing felt like Duck Hunt. The hell was that? I do think the other thing I don't utilize enough is fishing in this game. Well, there's supposed to be another, like a graphics overhaul coming too. Like a visual upgrade. I think that would be really cool. Although a lot of people don't like the monetization of this game. And I will say, like, they kind of need more, like, mid-level monetization. Like, I feel like the stuff that they have is, like, it's cosmetics, but the cosmetics are so ridiculously expensive that it's, like, egregious. And I think I might have even said something like that. It was, like, because MetaPass is, like, $5. Like, if they had something that was like maybe at like a $15 price point, I think that'd be fine. Like, as long as it's optional. Okay, so what we're going to do... Yeah, we're not really heading the right way. I want to go towards Meyer, which is there. If I see any copper on the way, I should mine it. I've already been this way. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So there is a pollution zone. Let's see if I can chase him down. The reason I'm going after it is because it drops stuff that's pretty good.
Metahuman. Traces of deviated statue number 23 have been detected at close range. If you encounter a cluster of strange-looking statues, be careful.
Don't attack the bus. Go figures, a dog would chase a car. It's not going to give me any points for these because I've done all these so many times. Frick. And this tree is special too. Is that two of them? It's a level 3 and a level 1. There ain't no way. So what determines if you can capture a deviation or not is the level of your gloves, and we don't have any gloves, so our level is 0. So I'm hoping through the commissions we'll get maybe level 10. Which I don't know where we're at on commissions. $65 out of 100. The logging one I can get pretty quick. This would have been like a 2-second thing with a chainsaw, but not worth importing one for that. The other thing I could have harvested was one of the beavers. That's probably in Myers Market. Oh, did I pick up this teleport point there? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. Harbor side is one of the points I'm going to want eventually. Let's see. I wonder how far this will take me. I just ride it. Oh, I think it turns around. You can only collect this once a day. Gotta remember to thank the bus driver. Oh shit, they're level 17? I think once I get basic gear, I can probably go in there with no problem. Just right now, I have 0 pollution resistance. I think my pollution resistance is 11. It's much too low. I'm thinking once we get to the next level of tech, then we can go do the Ravenous Hunter. Gotta be getting close to that 100. Maybe just a couple more. Damn it. Drastic times call for drastic measures. What other gear do we not have? Shoes and helmet. .5. Well, that's better than 0.3. I don't think it's gonna happen. Nope. Frick. Trying to remember where these deer hang out at. I think it's up in here. No deer to be found, though. If I tell it to harvest something, will it do it? this will push us to 10. It should. I think the rest of it we can do at the base. The only reason you're going to see me like getting a lot of wood because I need to make it into charcoal. Might as well clean this place out. The weight of your backpack is crushing you. 93 out of 100. There we go, level 10. We kind of posted up in that spot for our base because across the way is like the easiest spot to get wheat, which you can turn into bread. All right, now let's see what we get for tech. Resource consumption minus 30, smelting time minus 30 when smelting copper, bronze, steel, aluminum, or tungsten ingots. Definitely taking that one. It's gonna be huge. And I think that might mean we can do tier 2, maybe. Whatever the highest tier melee weapon that I can manage to make, I'm going to do that. Especially... So I need bronze. Is it worth doing? Yes. When weapon durability is above 50%, for every 1% higher crit damage plus 3% up to 120%. I didn't think about that. So if on the servers where you have like winter scenario where you have increased durability because of the tower plus, oh, that would be kind of broken. So I could either go with stun baton or torch. You know what, let's just go with a tier 1 torch for right now. Because then I can do Blaze Blessing. Probably since I really don't have like an effect that does anything. What? Elemental Havoc. Fire rate plus 10% for the first 50% of the magazine. When reloading an empty magazine, capacity plus 30%. After reloading, crit rate plus... No, there's got to be like a melee one, right? Hitting a weak spot grants weak spot damage plus 12. Yeah, do that one. It ain't even worth putting mods on these because like it is based on your tier level, and without them being tier 1, it doesn't do anything besides the base attack. Of course, I'm hot because I got my torch out. All right, so we need to see what other commissions we've got. Need one more. I gotta build 200 ammo for any gun. Let's go with pistol. Probably like the easiest gun to make ourselves. Level 11. And you know what that means? That means we can take the bonus. Okay. So because this is a permanent server, normally it would take you a week to unlock the next set of them. But because we are on a permanent server, that's not the case. So I can do advanced smelting, like 5 comments. That's easy. Use treatment 5 times. Drive more than 5,000 meters in a vehicle. That would be hard to do. So I'll show you a trick on this one. So it's like any. You just go here. You go see like is this thing. You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all you got to do. It's that easy. And then I needed 60 copper ingots. Well, there's 99. We are definitely going to use pestering gel. So how long does it say that's going to take? Oh, you know what? Let me do this. Build mode. Demolish. Demolish. Build. The reason I did that, we have a perk. Gonna make it a lot faster. Make it about 30% faster. That'll only take 5 minutes. All right, what other commissions can we take while we're waiting on that? Drive 5,000 meters. That might be a good one. Securement silo, I'm not going to do. Disassemble 60 pieces of scrap at the disassembly bench. That might be okay. Defeat 30 enemies with a weapon. Command animals to gather 20 times. I don't know what counts as a command. I want to say it's 3. I mean, it's going to take a hot minute to do that, but by the time that other one gets done, we should have this one just about done. Unless it's counting each time it gathers, because that would be pretty quick, actually. Come on. There we go. Got it. New specialization effects unlocked. What do we got? We got... Ooh, this is going to be a tricky one. Roasted and dried. Roasted and dried dishes now provide plus 15 energy. 10. No, we're taking large refinery. Or did I get double credit for that? Oh, it doesn't show me what it completed. All right, let's see. Definitely not going to do this one. Can do that one though. Command your creature to defeat 10 enemies. Oh, get him. Get him. You know what? Before we do that, let's see if we can build some storage. We are very, very overweight. Okay, we need bronze. I don't need fuel refinery because I have the large refinery. All right, what else can we... I can't build the advanced bench yet. Intermediate gear workbench, maybe? I don't need to build rocket launchers, but it's free, so I'll build it. It gives me points. What I'm looking for is for storage. I see solar powered generator. I've got to be blind because it's got to be right in front of me. Okay, it's definitely not on infrastructure. It's definitely not on logistics. Here we go, basic storage. That's what I want. I thought there was another level of territory unlocked, but maybe it's just the one level. I know I'm gonna have to move my base in order to do that because we're like way too close to the road. Multiple tasks completed. All right, we gotta go find. Actually, first things first. Let's build a crate. I think what I was doing before was I was doing. That takes 13. There, now we get storage. Get rid of all this crap we don't need to carry around. Level 19. All right, so we need some like random junk. I need a place with a lot of random junk. Chemical plants, not a good spot. Sunberry, maybe, but it's a little bit high level. I think the thing to get right now, let's see if we can find some tin, and I will see if I can craft some bronze, because that's going to let us do tier 2 weapons. But it's going to be determined by the level of the area. Thought there'd be some around here, but let's use our motorcycle. No pin to be found. Whatever, I'll take whatever junk I can get. Well, we'll kill two birds with one stone. We'll command our guy to attack everything in here. And B, we'll try to pick up all this junk. I don't see anything else in this house. The lights are on in there. That's kind of odd. The hell? The only nice thing is it keeps stuff from sneaking up on me. What the hell was that? Oh, it's a fridge. Is the refrigerator running? Can the dog even get to that? I think I've looted everything over here. Oh, Jesus. We are already level 20. I think we're doing pretty good. You are under attack by what? I haven't played this game this way with like just turning the in-game music off and just kind of jamming out. I'm not opposed to it. I think I've heard the in-game track so many times, it kind of gets old. I want to go to this house on top of the hill. Hopefully we'll find like some... I need to get a few more pieces of scrap. Oh, this. I know this. This is a wandering house. Can I do this yet? Hardest part is don't fall out the front door. I wonder if I'm doing this wrong or if I'm just doing it the way that I remember doing it. Because it used to be... stuff in the house would glow and you had to shoot it. Oh, come on. Come on. They usually give us pretty good rewards. I think the other best way to get parts is going to be just run down the road and find a couple of vehicles. We're probably not going to find a lot, though, because these respawn on like a 4-hour timetable. And let's just talking like specifically 50 metal scraps. Because then that's not... then it's probably not a lot, actually. Disassemble 60 pieces of scrap at the disassembly bench. That's the last one I need. The problem is it saves your what you've looted, and you go into another world does not help you. It will for crops, but not for POIs, I don't think. The only thing you can hope is that you hit it at just the right time, that you can come back and loot the same thing again. We might be okay. I usually don't do the execute. That was kind of satisfying. Because, yeah, I got to figure out when I'm going to work in Toxic Commando if I do that. Because this weekend, this upcoming weekend, Crimson Desert comes out. And I will 100% be playing that for sure. I think this will get me what I need. I just gotta be a little bit more thorough with my... What else can we loot? Need some more loot. This looks like I can loot it. The only places I'm kind of avoiding is like Sutherland Chemical right now. That's a little bit higher level. Well, not really high level necessarily, but like I need higher tier gear to really be effective in there. Really, with how fast we're leveling, I could probably just do it by... You know, I could redeem the weapon that I have. That would work. Oops. Dude, where else drops stuff in here that I can go get? I know there's pumpkins in here I can grab, but that's not stuff. I need like junk. Like literal junk. Now that was strange. I definitely have been in this house, but the thing we didn't grab the stuff upstairs. I'm going to try to send the dog in, see if he'll jump over the top of that, or if he'll do AoE damage to those things, because he can't be stunned by them. I can be. Box him into the corner. Those guys at high level are pretty brutal, like just because there's so many of them. Another Xenobreaker. See, I should be able to talk to this one, unless I don't. Did I not trigger the mission correctly? I forget how you're supposed to do this one. I know there's a thing up here. Okay, so we need one more area to loot. So we need like a semi... We already went to Rotten Manor. We went there. Inspection point 7802, I think we... No, there's two different ones. I mean, Harborside would be a place that we could go. Or Overlook Town. Go to Overlook Town. Oop, almost missed my turn. I don't know what that was. I'm hoping when they get the graphics update for this game that we get like updated textures for the humans, because they really seem like, I don't know, it's like PlayStation 3 graphics, if I had to describe it in any way. It is definitely not super high end. All right, so it says Overlook Town is over here. I'm not even sure we'll have to get all the way in there. I'm just mainly looking for just places where there might be junk. All right, let's take a melee weapon. What is that? Let's just go into the building and take what we gotta take. You know, I kind of wish they would make more of the vehicles lootable. Like, this is the same model of vehicle that's on the road. I don't know why that would not be lootable. Where's my dog? Where my dog's at? All right, this will definitely get us to the amount of scrap that we need for the commission. If I remember correctly, I think there's one of those dumpster creatures in here too. I did not mean that, but that works. All right, let's go through and clear this place out. We already went in here, so we're good there. Jump this. Jump. Jump. There is a boss that spawns over here, but I don't know if we can take him out or not. We might be able to. I'm gonna try to do it with my creature. I think picked a bad time. I think that's enough. We're gonna go over here and grab whatever ain't bolted down. If you're looking to get into this game, though, I do highly recommend it. As far as, I mean, I guess you gotta be into, like, I guess I would describe it. It's kind of like Rust if it was only PvE. There are certain aspects of it I would think should be more fleshed out just a little bit, but I really enjoy the game. It seems like the developers are very active with the game as far as like updating it. Which, of course, at the beginning of the year, you're going to have like a kind of a lull in content because of the Chinese New Year, but I expect there to be many, many more updates coming soon. We're going to clear this out and we'll go back and I think that'll clear out our entire commission log for that level. Another one. I do notice the dog does not recognize those things as enemies. This is interesting. Oh, I see it. So far, I am liking the wolf more than the bear because it seems to be able to navigate doors a little bit easier. And it seems to be able to... I would say the targeting is not as snappy as I would like it to be. What I mean by that is like target acquisition. So like when it kills one enemy and it goes to lock onto the next enemy, I would expect the lock on time to be a little bit shorter. Because if you think like how fast an actual dog or wolf would respond, it would be like pretty much instantaneous, but that might make it a little bit OP. Alright, that should definitely be enough, I think, to do our commission. The only house that we haven't checked is this back house. I don't know if we've been in here. Doesn't really look like there's a lot in here to grab. Let's do like a loop around. We must have already looked at this. Alright, that takes care of that. So let's go back to our base. You'll notice like as we get into it more that these levels come pretty quick. Too hot. Why are we too hot? Oh, because I'm holding a torch. think the other missions that are popping up are because we're hitting certain target levels, but it's hard to say. The only thing that we were going to have a hard time coming across over here is there's not really a lot of tin in order to make bronze. I can probably find a little bit on the other side of this river, though. We're not really going to need a lot of it. Bronze is really more of just like a... it's not really a destination, is it just where you go to get to where the next level? Is it really... I think the intermediate bench I could probably craft the next level up from that. Because we're already like level 22. Probably get 2 more and then we'll go craft some bronze. I might actually have to get some copper too. Because then that will let us get steel, I think will be the next one. I kind of have like a favorite spot that I go to. It used to be, and I don't know if we can get to it here or not. It was over by one of the Prime Wars. But there's also, like, the main reason we came to this map was to farm out crocodiles. Which, if you think about it, why do they call them crocodiles in this game? It would be more accurate if they were alligators. But I suppose if this is saltwater, then that would make sense. But there's an alligator that likes to hang out the river. It bisects this. So I usually like to put my base kind of up in here somewhere. Like right. Oh, you guys can't see my cursor. Can I make it so you can see my cursor? Let's see if I can fix that. There. Like right in here. Roughly somewhere in here. Because there's this level like 30 zone here, and there's like a little tiny outcropping, and it has like every single thing you need, or like right in here behind this area. But I don't know how they do the level unlocks in this permanent server, because that's going to be a little interesting. The only thing I notice is, so like the pig and the I don't know if he'll do it or not. So the pig will gather stuff and the bear will gather stuff too. But I don't know if the wolf has like an idle animation where they gather stuff, or they're the one that doesn't. Because it might be that their attack is higher, but they don't do anything extra. See if I can get this deer. Just keep an eye on your energy level. We're probably gonna have to build a stove. See, I kind of hope they expand on the number of animals that we can keep as, like, farmable animals. Because, like, honestly, the most useful one is a sheep, probably. Because you can harvest wool without it dying. All right, so the other thing that we probably are going to want more of is securement units. So let's drop some of these down. We're going to have to make some glass. Our base is very, very small. I'm going to see if I can upgrade the size of our territory. I can. Okay, good. And then we need some more. We need some more area. So what I like to do is I like to have my bases be an odd number of blocks wide so that when you put a door on it, you can put the door in the middle, like right in the middle. The dog is in the way. The other thing I got to look at is like where we are in relation to the road, because it will eventually say, hey, you can't build here because you're too damn close to the road. Doesn't appear to care yet. I gotta get this dog to move. There we go. Now we got room for activities. Well, it's not much of a house without walls on it, is it? Oh, damn it. Relocate. Spin that around. You can do this. There's an easier way to do this. Like if you hit fly mode, just do like that. You can place whatever you want, wherever you want. But why did it not let me build another wall? There we go. Now we can go fly mode. I remember like when I don't even think that was an option when the game first came out. It was like, you just kind of had to make it work. All right, we need some stairs. Just some little stairs. That'll work perfect. And then we need a door. I like it. I like always using a double door. And we need a door. Level 24. We're flying up there. All right, we need a door. Good old double door. No attachable. There is actually an inside and outside to that, but we need a ceiling. There is like a right way and wrong way to do this. Because they can be oriented in a strange way if you're not careful. You go from the underside. Like you really want all of them oriented the same way. Does it matter when you get to the higher tier materials? Not really, but on the low end, it just looks unsightly. So we'll do it the right way. I think this is like probably one of the aspects of the game that, because they flushed it out so much, it really adds to the game as far as like, I don't think you could really have a survival craft game without some sort of building mechanic. Granted, it's not like super duper robust. I mean, Valheim kind of has like a similar kind of thing, but I mean, every survival craft game is going to have some sort of building. The only problem we're going to have is I don't think we really have any lights yet. We might be able to get around this by potentially... how are we going to do this? I need a light, and I need it to be only use wood. Do we go to the yard light? These are my go-to typically. We got this wall lamp, but that needs steel. We got floor lamp that needs rubber. We got rare lights. No, we got these epic lights. That's what we want. So what I'm using to determine if we're going to build it or not. See, this one only uses wood. They might have nerfed this a little bit though, because it used to be I used this all the time because it was the easiest light to build. And it's kind of crazy because if you load the game up in DX12, the lighting looks different than it does in DX11. Trying to turn off my flashlight. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not like super bright, but it's bright enough to see what I'm doing. All right, we're probably going to call it here pretty soon. The only thing I want to do is I want to make sure that I can get these securement units up. I think initially we can build like 5 or... No. What the hell am I overlapping with? 5 or 10. Construction limit reached. All right, so what do we got? We got a 1-1 Diggy Boy and a 1-1 Diggy Boy. I know it's a Dig Bee Boy, but I like saying it my way. You've got to fetch a lot bunny. What else can we put in here that is actually going to be useful? We got Xeno Purifier, a 3-2 Xeno Purifier, and a Disco Ball. Disco Ball just drops crafting materials. I guess we'll just use this extra dimensional cat for right now. I got him in there backwards, but that's fine. They'll give us a little cat. Eventually I'll get better lights. I mean, there's probably a better light I can use. How about this elegant chandelier? Couple couple of these bad boys. Definitely lowers the headspace a little bit. That's okay. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I wish they would fix that for the doors. They just need like a little bit longer interaction distance with the door. Because like this, look how close I have to get. So it's using the center point of the door as the interaction point. So if I go there, if I stood one step forward more, it would suck me out the door. It's not super great, but it works. All right, so we've got build door frame. Got that. Craft 30 arrows. That's like a super easy one. Gather ore 150 times. That's an easy one. Craft 5 treatments of any type. That's an easy one. Smelt 70 ingots of any metal. And like 5 comments left by other players. You know what's going to be really broken is if I can just like that same one again. And then for ingots, I can build 49 bronze. And then I think I can build some more copper while I'm at it. And that should give me everything I need for that one. And then what else were the other commissions? I needed 30 arrows. These are super quick. That's so quick. And then while I'm doing that, let's go pick out. Oh, I got 2 of them I can do. Biomass missiles, plasma missile, minus 80% weight, plus 2 crafting yield. That doesn't really matter. I'm probably not going to do Prime Wars in this server anyway. Oil processing. Turn Stardust ore and portable mixed fuel into Stardust source using the electric furnace. That is not going to matter. Stardust ore, portable mixed fuel into Stardust source. I'm going to have more source than I know what to do with. Claymore Mine. Claymore Mine deals additional 4,000 times 400% psi intensity damage and increases max HP by 400% psi intensity. What does that even mean? Why? I don't know what instance you would use that. I mean, I guess this fertilizer, maybe. That's probably going to be when I swap. Definitely going to take the biomass generator perk. That's going to be definitely the way to go. All right, let's take these arrows. We're level 28. Nice. Take the bronze. Take the copper. We're to level 30. We got another specialization effect. Oh, damn. So if I take the solar power generator increase, let's back out of this. Because that, you know what, that's going to determine if we do that. Let's go to online trading. What is available on this server and for how much? 4,500 for gold ingots. Platinum crystals are 2,500. Steel is super cheap. Acid is relatively cheap. We're looking at prices on stuff. There's not a lot of people making food, though. I'll tell you what. There's no mixed fried hot dog or anything like that. There's very little here. Gardening gloves, alloy pickaxe. Somebody's selling an alloy pickaxe. Is that just straight up an alloy pickaxe? It doesn't even have the full durability on it. Copper, copper, steel. Holy shit, is it that dead? Are we on a dead server? Maybe. Well, I mean, we knew what we were getting into on this server because the whole purpose was to not have every single area be polluted. Which we kind of got that. Like, the pollution that we've run into so far is very sparse, which is not a horrible thing. The only problem we're going to run into... Because I think the thing that spurred that on that I didn't like it was like in... I think it was... Was it Endless Dream? When you went to Blackfell, it was a zone that you couldn't get into. Like, Endless Dream gave you the whole map, but you really felt like 80% of it you couldn't step foot in at any given time. Although some of it I will say was just straight up lazy. Like the if you look at the Endless Dream, they took Way of Winter and Manibus and slapped them together. But if you look at Manibus and Way of Winter separately, they both have like very, very similar activities. Like one of them, so like the Forsaken Giant, which is the one that most people will farm for materials. All right, let's... I want to see what we can craft now that we have bronze. So primary will go up to tier 2. So what do we need in order to craft the next level of bench? Primary. Definitely need a primary stove. we are going to need... Oh, shit, I got another one. Oh. Electronic parts, metal scraps, and parts into the combo chipset using the supplies workbench. So here's the thing. You can only change 3 of these later on. You can re-roll some of them, but you can't re-roll all of them. If I take photon power, I'll have early game a lot of electricity, which I don't necessarily need. I definitely am going to end up using the bio. The only advantage is that your bases don't ever run out of power. I think I'm going to take precious metal refining. Because on a dead server, that's more useful. Although, the energy links thing, you're better off just farming Forsaken Giant, to be honest. The only bad thing is we are going to have a harder time coming up with acid on this server. For sure. We want... Securement unit expansion. We are definitely going to need the solar power. We're going to need the electrical kit. We need the benches for the intermediate level. So we already have the intermediate supply and intermediate. Okay. So what do we need for materials in order to build them? I'm always going to build the intermediate gear first, but yeah, we need way more material. I can straight up buy, like, get the intermediate supply one, though. Let's do that one. Because what that should give me is the higher level pickaxes, I think. So that should let me build steel. Is there anything else in here that is relatively useful? Oh, I gotta build treatments. That was the other thing. It was build 5 treatments. In order to build a treatment, I need purified water or boiled water. Boiled water is easy enough to get. Let's go get some water. Yeah, I mean, they have updated a lot of things in the game. So I played it in 1.0. So like the class system is new. They really drastically changed how Way of Winter works. Like Way of Winter, when I played Way of Winter, the Chaos Weavers are just randomly in the world, and now they have to be summoned, which is like drastically different. What I wish they would do is I wish there was another scenario that was not so heavy on the weather mechanic, because Endless Dream, I think, was okay, but I kind of preferred Manibus from a theme standpoint, but definitely the territory got old after a while. I do think Primor as an end game mechanic not the best in-game mechanic. They probably could have did a little bit better. I would have rather had like more, kind of think like Endless Dream, where there's like bosses roaming around, but the aspect that they bring is not necessarily environmental. It's just that they're a bigger colossal challenge to fight. Like the environmental challenge where you walk in somewhere and everything just explodes, I just didn't like that. It was like a lot of area denial. And that was kind of even the new server that they've, or the new theme, the new lunar wheel. I think they'll probably do that eventually, but it'll probably have one overarching thing, like theme to it. I think the problem right now is Way of Winter had a lot of recycled stuff in it. And I was kind of hoping with the rework that they were going to kind of retool and redo some of that, like with how much they had recycled like monoliths, and they recycled even in-game events they copy pasted to Way of Winter. But there was aspects of Way of Winter I liked. Like I do think the perks with the thermal tower are really good. Like if I was going to have like a permanent server and I wanted to farm like materials, like that would definitely be like a choice. Animals, you're definitely better doing what I'm doing here and doing it on Manibus. But I think we'll probably eventually see something like that. But I think the problem they're going to run into is, I don't know how their server architecture works, but I'm sure there's only a certain number of players that they can put in a server shard. And I think if the world gets too large, you just never end up seeing everybody. And I think that's kind of why with like Prism versus Clash, they restrict the size of the map down like a ton. And I don't know what raid zone is. I don't really engage with the PvP. If anything, I kind of, my super toxic opinion would be that I think the PvP is taking away from the PvE development. Which I would be willing to bet that probably less than 10% of the player base in total engages with the PvP content. Like it would be interesting to see the metrics on the back end to know like how much development resources is going into these scenarios that really are not getting played. Like I think people are going into them for like the medals and the prestige and the things that you can only acquire from those scenarios. But I don't think people are going specifically for, yeah, even like the SCP scenario, I think there was a lot of design decisions with that were not super great. So, and every time they have a survey, like I'll go in and I'll respond to it. Because like the concept of like the Pokemon style, it's kind of Pokemon, not really, but I didn't like that they had took away like all the progression for like mods, all the progression for weapons, like the unlocks, the arenas felt like they had to be cheesed and they were kind of just up to chance. It didn't really feel like they were skill based at all. I think the first like 3 of them, you just had to environmentally get somewhere where they couldn't hit you. And I got stuck on like Snow Sprite Arena, but the concept of the SCP scenario was good. It was just the execution of it was not super great. But I do like, I like the ideas. It just seems like in the execution of it, they kind of dropped the ball on it a little bit. Because even with like Way of Winter, I think the thing with Way of Winter is there's not enough interactable points of interest on the map. So what I mean by that is like there's a lot of buildings, like when you walk up to the building and you look and you run around the building, all the doors are shut. There's nothing to interact with. In some of the buildings that look like they were placed there. Like there was like entire towns that looked like they were meant to be like populated with NPCs, and they just nothing there at all. It kind of felt, and I think like I had made the comment before, it kind of felt like Way of Winter was like they had a deadline on when they needed to finish the scenario, and it felt like they were about 6 weeks too short. Because like there was a lot of stuff in there that they could have flushed out a lot better. But I get like they kind of have to divide their resources out in a certain way. I'm hoping that we'll get something a little bit more polished with this new scenario that's coming out. Yeah, I mean, the stuff that I saw and I was like, wow, this is really lazy, was like when, and it became really obvious in Endless Dream, because when they combined the two maps together, so like when they basically copy pasted Forsaken Giant, and they literally just copy pasted it into a different area of the map. And then there was, I think, a couple of the events. There was the one where you go to the different towers and you defend them. And then there's like a boss at the end. They literally just copy pasted that event over, which I can see them recycling some of it. But I think if you looked at like what is the original content that came with Way of Winter, it's not that much original content. Like a lot of the enemies were just kind of rehashes as well. I think what I would like to see, and they have started, I think they're getting better at it now, is like more enemy variety. Yeah, they definitely needed like 1 or 2 more monolith bosses, but some of that stuff, so the first time around, we did not have access to the online trading, was not a thing. Like the vending machine area was not a thing. And that mechanically changes how you interact with the game in a drastic way. So like if I can, because basically anywhere I am in the game, as long as I have energy links, I can just go on and go to online trading and I can buy whatever I want, as long as I got the cash to do it. And that changes like the dynamic of a lot of the stuff in the game. Because like what turned me off to Way of Winter the first time around was the temperature mechanic, especially on the hot side, was so aggressive that you'd almost instantly die. What I would have liked to have seen is, I mean, obviously they have the all-weather stew. I would have liked to have seen like a piece of gear or like a fire suit or like something that would prevent you from being lit on fire by lava. Because I think that would have been like a good thing to have. Because I think my biggest frustration with the hot area is as soon as you step foot in lava, there's no wiggle room at all. You're just dead. Like there's no going back. But I do think this online trading thing is very, very good, because I didn't know and I almost think it's a little bit too forgiving. I originally thought you had to build a vending machine to access it, but the fact that you can just access it anywhere is kind of crazy. And I think you can post to sell stuff anywhere too. And these aren't specific to a world shard. This is like server wide, I think. But like, obviously the prices on stuff are going to vary from server to server, because on a permanent server, just by the nature of it, stuff is going to get way, way, way cheaper than what it is on a seasonal server. But I mean, they have listened to the community as far as like delivering what people want, but there's inherent problems with structuring the game in a certain way. So like when you go from, because they didn't have to worry about density of people when they were doing like a seasonal reset, because like every time that they would do a seasonal reset, you could condense the people together based on the number of servers that you're putting out, and no matter what, you either the original plan was you were going to get kicked to Eternal Land until you picked another scenario, and they could regulate the density that way. But now that there's permanent scenarios, it kind of feels like people got spread out a lot, and there either needs to be like a draw of a scenario that's so good and so flushed out that people want to go to it to get that density back up, or they're going to have to try to do that in some sort of way that the game doesn't feel completely dead. Because there are some of these servers, like I could show you. Like I could show you how dead some of these servers are. Especially the permanent ones. So let's see. I'll go here and I'll go to relog. I'll go to the deadest one that I have. So this is SCP. This was my main for a long time before I had alts. Like I had one character and it was on SCP and that was it. So this server, you go out here, like there's nothing on the store at all. Because there's just nobody here. Like the world shards are completely empty. Like if you go out to the map and you're like, okay, show me vending machines. There's nothing here. I mean, there's probably stuff that I haven't unlocked. I think the biggest mistake with this map in general, so I go back here to standard view. The gyms were fine. But the way that the arena unlocks worked, like, so you had to beat this one arena to go to the next arena, then you had to beat the next arena. I got stuck at the snow sprayed arena. I don't know that it was necessarily difficult. It just felt like there was way too much grind to get to a point where you could beat it, or you just had to face roll it for like weeks. But like this kind of had like a hybrid of the two scenarios put together, because it had the first half of Wave Winter, but the purpose of this scenario is different. So like the way the SCP is structured, I'm like super overweight right now in this scenario. I'm probably carrying like 800. Yeah, 800. Because the appeal of this one is that I don't even know there's any nearby me. Is the deviations just wander around. That was the appeal of it. I mean, there is some people obviously in game, because if they're gone, this is a permanent server, so I think you have like a week or two that if you don't log in, you don't lose your base, but definitely this server is not a whole lot here. I'm almost tempted to pull out of this whole scenario entirely, because honestly, I think the purpose of this scenario, I mean, there is one thing about this scenario that you can't get anywhere else. And I'm trying to think of where I can see that. I think I can see it from here. So if I go back to the main menu. There's like one reason I have a character on that server. And it's if you look here on description and you go, what is it? It's deviations that are available. It's this one. This Labrador. I want it. I don't know where it is. I gotta find it. It's the only one that I have no idea where it is. And it's the only scenario you can get it, as far as I know. I mean, there's some other ones in here that are a little bit harder to get, that I think they made an appearance in this scenario first before some of the other ones. I think it was like Whale Pup and a few other ones. Like, I think there's stuff on the map that is not even listed on here. So I think Whale Pup is on the map for sure. Definitely the fox guy that they added is on the map for sure. You can find the dog in 2 different colors. I forget what scenario it was. Yeah, I thought it was You know, I should look it up because I was like, this is like the one thing I want. It's like the coolest thing. Because if it's anything like the cat Labrador once human. It's obtained via a dog self-selection crate in the events menu, allowing players to choose between a Labrador, Blackback, or a Doberman. Once activated from the inventory, it acts as a companion that follows the player and restores sanity. It needs to be placed in a securement unit at the player's base, preferring items like music and toys. The dog deviations are typically rare, event-exclusive items. They're not always available through standard gameplay. Yeah, but where do you get it? It says they're not obtainable in-game. It says I'm on the Deviation SCP server and I have a skill mutagen that says it can be used on the future dog, but no one on my server knows what that is or how to get it. It says the dog deviations aren't obtainable through any typical means. They were given as a reward during one event and hasn't been brought back since. It says I haven't opened my dog box yet, so I can't confirm whether they're fusible. If they're featured in the SCP scenario, there's a chance that they are being... What? But where did the thing come from, though? So what event did the dog come from? Got yours through a gift crate. See, that makes me wonder... It was probably something that happened while I took a break from the game, because I think after I had done... Let's see if I can find anything that would even remotely be close to that. Migration privileges? Yeah, it's got to be like something obscure. It's not part of the Star Wish shop. It's not part of the challenge shop. It's not part of... There's a lot of relics in this thing that are just like ancient. Like these asterism crates. I don't know. More than likely, I'm going to abandon the SCP scenario and pull my main out because... This is just dumb. Yeah, more than likely, it's some sort of... It's some sort of thing that's not obtainable in game. I mean, the sound of it sounds good. Like the... It's an event exclusive item. What the hell event did it come from? Okay, it says as of late 2025, these dog deviations were part of a specific time-limited event. Let's see what this video says. So there's a YouTube video. It's 1 minute. So it was a time limit event in the event screen. I'm guessing that came out while I was not playing the game anymore. Okay, so there was no way to attain it in-game. Besides that event. Which, maybe that's like a yearly event or something? I don't know. I have no idea. Alright, let's see. So now we have freaking 5 characters. 3 of them on permanent servers. So right now, trying to think of what I'm going to do with this. Let me get some music going again. I'll enter into the stream. I mean, everything now that I know what the most effective way to get any sort of material resource is, it's pretty much farm it out until you can get to that one point and then only do that. Because there's really only 2... Turn this down a little bit. There's only 2 things that determine your power in this game. And one of them might be like the tier of weapons that you have, but besides that, it's literally you open up the menu, you go to shop, I wish they would separate that because that sound is super annoying. This mod shop, the mod shop and mod dust is like the only thing that matters, because like your mods determine so much of the power. I mean, there is like, so they do have like the events, so there is like the visional event. So I'm guessing we're seeing these deviant seeds. I think this currency is going to change to be whatever is relevant to the last scenario. I don't know how that's going to work. I don't think it's feasible for them to just obsolete things constantly. So I think that they'll have like, this is like the only way you can get Crescent mods. This is the only way you can get Lunar Suffix mods. There's no other way to get them. Like, this is all stuff from the Lunar event. You can't get it any other way. I don't know what the hell this is. Like, these mutagens. There's like chaos variants of certain... I don't know. That's the whole strange mechanic. Blueprint shop's going away here in like a couple weeks, so that's not important. I'm guessing they're trying to clean up the clutter in here a little bit. Oh, there is other stuff in the challenge shop. What the hell is this then? It says decorations. You got more. You got wish stones. Wish stones are... Well, I didn't know you could do that. I could have got a bunch of these. What is it? You get 1 a month. I would have been doing that all the time. Freaking, and specialization resets? You can buy specialization resets? Monthly limit. I wonder if that's account wide. Prism versus Clash crate. Deviation crate. Collection crate. Random sticker. See, I think this is kind of like one of the things that is getting out of control is like the menu bloat is getting a little bit crazy. Because you don't just have menus. You have sub-menus for your menus. And it's like, what? So just the mod shop's got 4 menus underneath the mod shop. I think they gotta rein that in a little bit. You know what I think it's gonna be? So it says visional redemptional. This is what I foresee happening. I'm kind of in the way of it. I can move out of the way. If I can find it. So let me move. Because you can kind of... Okay, now I can point. You can kind of see here, there's no other menu. I think eventually what's going to happen is there'll be another icon, and then another icon, and then another icon, and then another icon, until it looks like this. And then they'll have like different lunar events with all different currencies, or eventually they're either going to have like some sort of way to convert the currencies between the seasons or something. Because like right now, you've already got all these currencies. You got the store currency, you got Star Crown currency, you got Energy Link currency, you got the Masuko marks, you got all this other stuff. It's like, what? Then you got whatever these are. Silver keys. The hell is that? Can you turn this into anything important? This is like season 1 stuff? That's dumb. I don't get the point of that, to be honest. There's weapon skins. I mean, this is kind of cool. I like that. That looks kind of cool. I never got the point of charms or stickers. I have that? I have a Plague Doctor mask. What? Hairstyles and emotes. Yeah. Oh, so you can straight up buy the silver keys. Well, that's kind of pointless. Why don't you just put it in the shop then? So you can get 500 silver keys for 1,500. So that's like 20 bucks or something like that, roughly. I don't know. Like, I see what they're going for. But definitely, I think if you were like, hey, how do you determine player power in this game? It's definitely through this system. Definitely through the player power system. Although I will say, I think the reason they went with this is this was impossible to balance around. Like the old style mods. Like these rolled with random stats, and like still, like if you're looking at the builds that are like super broken, they're all using like these mods that they got like lucky rolls on. certain stats. But I think it just made it impossible to balance the game because you could get like, you know, damage against bosses, and you have all your mods have damage against bosses, and you just wreck everything. But I mean, the new system, I will say that it doesn't visually show you in a way that tells you what's getting replaced and what's not. Like, I think where it could be improved is kind of like when you roll on a loot crate and it shows you what's duplicate, or it shows you what's getting turned to the currency that you can spend. I think they need to do that for the mods too. And I think what happens now is you just get a page full of mods and you have no idea what's an upgrade and what's not. If they can get that locked in, I think it'll be a lot better. I do like that you can use like, and there's some of these I got hosed on them so bad. Let me see if I can get out of the way a little bit. So right here. Like these level 5 and 6 ones. They're like lunar. They're almost impossible for me to get. Or these crescent ones. Like almost impossible. Like I would have to farm out these deviant seeds. Which, I mean, I guess I could theoretically do that. I probably would have to get with a group of people that were farming out those deviant seeds and just do nothing but farm them out. But I don't foresee that happening because next week on the 19th, which is in it's a couple days now, right? It's like 5 days from now. You're going to go to Twitch and you're going to go games, and it's just going to say Crimson Desert. Everybody's going to be playing Crimson Desert. Pretty much. I mean, I don't know about I'll play it right on release, but based on the PC specs that they said that it was coming out with, it doesn't look like I'm going to have to wait to play it because the optimization doesn't look absolutely atrocious. Because that was why I never played... What server did I even load into? This is Endless Stream. What's going on Endless Stream? The server is dying. Why would you want this? See, the other thing they don't really do now, so it used to be, because we're in the last phase. And what they used to do was they used to tell you during the settlement phase of the scenario, you can use the permanent server selection or pre-selection feature to choose which permanent server to merge into. Ends in 4 days. So I guess this server is going to die in a few days. Which that... Maybe I should move this one. Man, there ain't a lot of people doing Endless Stream, I tell you what. That one's 30 days in. This one opens in like the first of the month. This other one opens tomorrow. The visional ones are almost full. Damn. The only reason I would want to merge let's do it to there's a reason for that. So this is like my strategy on like how you progress. Like say you want a seasonal character and you want to keep doing seasons, but you also just want something you can cheese. Like you're going to have builds that are just going to destroy bosses. And you're better off getting that farmed out. Get a scenario where you can get the materials that you need to make ammunition easily, and you can do repairs easily. And then to set that on a permanent server, do your farming on that. So you get your energy links, you get your materials, and you just straight up farm out energy links. You farm out the materials, and you basically have no competition for any of that stuff. And then you level up your mods. Those mods are going to determine your player power more than anything else. Like even when you jump into a new scenario, as soon as you hit tier 1 or tier 2, the power of your mods is going to really determine your player power. And I think that's why, let me go into one of these scenarios and I'll show you kind of what they're changing. I can do it from in here. Go back. I think some of the stuff is getting dumbed down for console. I'm not gonna lie. But I kind of see what they're doing as a... If you ask me, like, what do I think they're doing, like, as a company? I think the game is being developed more as a platform than it is a game. So, what do I mean? I'd say look at Fortnite and how many different things are in Fortnite. You've got Lego Fortnite. You've got like basically the Rock Band version of Fortnite. You've got every different version of gameplay, from like squads to solos to, you know, every different thing that there is. I think that is what these scenarios are kind of being built as. So it's kind of like you're building the buffet and not like determining what people are going to eat. So each of these scenarios, what I think eventually what we're going to see is some of these scenarios are going to be retired. But I don't know how feasible that would be for them to do, because I think what the problem they're going to run into is, like I said before, like player density. Because you can't just have permanent servers with nobody on them. Like, 'cause at what point, like, what server resources are you using to maintain? I mean, at that point, you're just playing an RPG at that point, because there's just nobody else on the server with you. Because what I should do, you know what I should do? I should go to the SCP server and see if I can merge it onto a different one. Or maybe I'll just exit out of that whole scenario right now. So the only reason, let's do this. This was my one to how I was getting the asterism rewards and like battle pass exp, because on mobile I could just sit here and craft steel nonstop. I had so much freaking steel. Let me turn this game down. It's the sound effects are gonna get really annoying. But like I would fire it up on my phone, hit max, and then just spam it. Go on to the next one. Do the same thing again. Because like realistically, until they get controller support on mobile, I don't think playing on mobile is feasible. Like if you ask me, like what do you think the role of like mobile is going to be? Like where does it, I'm going to make myself a little bit smaller. Like where does it fit in the ecosystem? I would say mobile is going to be big in emerging markets where you might not have a PC, but you can play it on your phone. So it, like definitely if you look at, and there's some countries where it's just way more popular. Like the average commute time is a lot longer. I'm just getting a drink real quick. But I honestly, I think if they want to see success with this game monetarily, they need to have more microtransactions in the $5 to $20 range. I think right now, and I don't think the loot crate might make its own sound effects, but we got it turned down. Like the fundamental problem that I see with this game right now is if you go to loot crate, so if I break this down, right, and they publish what the odds are on this stuff, Ultra Light Forge collection items chance 0.01%. Legendary Light Forge collection items 0.31%. So I'll break it down what that actually means. Okay. So Light Forge gems 7%. What does that mean? What does that boil down to? It's like, you see this motorcycle? You like this motorcycle? $750. That's what that boils down to. And it's like, yeah, that's crazy. That's insane. That's like a whole level of insanity. Like, so some of the other skins that I have, I'll tell you what I spent to get them. So before they started doing like these other systems to get some of these things. So let me show you here. So we got managed skin. This was one of the more expensive ones that came out originally. So Pyroglide, I think, was $600. If I remember correctly, it was like $400 or $600 to get Pyroglide before they re-released it. And then the other one that was like crazy expensive was, I don't think the Hellfire Howl one was too bad because I had saved up currency at that point. But this car, before they were like giving it away, this one was, I want to say $500, something like that. Like, because you can't slap a sticker price on it because it's in a loot crate. Like you can really only calculate what it is when you hit the pity mechanic. So I mean, that's rough estimates. Some of that might have been higher, some of it might have been lower. But I can tell you, based on the chances that they did on this new loot crate, you're looking at least $600 for that. Which I'll be honest, and I'll tell you like my biggest gripe. Like maybe this is just me. Maybe I'm crazy. All right, I'll ask you a question. Right? Does that look red or does that look pink? It sure does look pink to me. And it's like, if you look at all of the cosmetics in this game, why the hell are they all so girly? Like every single thing is like so freaking girly. Is that red or is that pink? That's pink. And it's like, it's not just that. It's like every single thing. Like, what the hell is this shit? Like, what? Like, you know what I wanted to see? I wanted to see more stuff like this. Like, that's badass. That looks awesome. Like, I got that 100%. Or Pyroglide. Like, I'll show you, because I can pull up all the skins that they've made for these motorcycles. Pyroglide looks awesome. It's not like drastically different, but it looks pretty sweet. So what are the other ones that they came out with? Blue? Neon blue and pink? Really? Bright pink. Yeah, that's what I want. I want a bright pink motorcycle. Like, who are they making these cosmetics for? Like, probably, I would be willing to bet at least 85 to 90% of their player base is male. And like 9 times out of 10, I don't see any cosmetics that I'd want to spend money on. Like, originally, before they had where you could swap the gender of your character, like, people were rolling the female characters because the female cosmetics were just better. And I think it's still that way. That the cosmetics are just better for the females than they are for the males. I mean, with some exceptions, not always. But even, so I'll show you like the home decor. So like if you look at all their home decor, right? So this is all the building panels that they've made. Every pack. I mean, I guess they got the Arena of Glory, but nobody's going to use that. Like, where's like your Gothic architecture? Where, like, if I want to build a frickin' castle, how do I do that? You can't. Like, there's no dark, gritty cosmetics. They're all, like, I did get the glass one. That was a good one. But even that, so that was 3,200 points for that. So that was probably about $40, roughly. But a lot of these, you're not, I mean, I guess I should say thank you because it saves me a lot of money to not have things in the game that I want to buy. Because if anything, I'm just like, I see it come out and I'm like, thank God I don't have to buy that. But some of that other stuff was just crazy expensive. But I mean, it's unfortunate because I'd like to support the game in a way that, you know, benefits both the company and myself. But I also don't want to buy cosmetics that are, let me see if I can go through the cosmetics I own. So, I mean, some of the stuff I wanted the skull crown. So that was why I got that cosmetic pack. The only reason I got this one was because I liked this box thing on the shoulder. I thought that was cool. A lot of this other ones are kind of dumb. there were other aspects. I mean, that's kind of cool. I didn't like the digital effect on that. I thought it was... There's like seasonal stuff that was okay. Ooh, a pirate hat. That's kind of cool. Let's see if there's anything else that was... A lot of the stuff was like stuff that either dropped in game. Does it tell you like the acquisition method? Gain from events. I used to wear one that had... Well, this is their Halloween one. I thought that was cool. I used to wear this one all the time. It has like the snake eyes on it. I think that's really cool. Like they're animated. You can see them move around. Like that's kind of cool. I mean, there was other stuff in here that, I mean, that's silly. I mean, there's just crazy stuff, but I mean, there's a lot of stuff I didn't buy. It's because the packs, it's kind of freaky. They didn't contain anything that was, I mean, that's kind of, what is that? Crimson Fantasy Headwear. Purchase in shop. So you can buy it in the shop. Is it just that piece or is it part of a set? I like the hat, but only the hat. What else is there? I mean, that's kind of cool. I like that hat, but in order to get it, you got to pay $20 for the set that contains it. I mean, I think honestly, if they were if I was gonna monetize this and I was like, okay, this is coming to console, this is coming to mobile, how do we monetize this in a way that is beneficial for everybody? I'd break these off. I'd say like $5 to $7 for some of this stuff, maybe. But like between 3 and 10. Like I don't know where you'd set that price. But like these things being part of like a, let me go down to the ones I don't own because that'll kind of tell me. I mean, some of these were from battle passes, but like you look at like those glasses in order to get them. Well, I guess that was from a redemption shop, so that's a bad example. Events. I mean, some of this stuff maybe it will become available from the Wish machine because they did say that they were going to do like more cosmetics that way. This is that one out of that new loot crate. I think that's stupid. Is there a way to preview it on a different character? Like this is the, so I like the everything, obviously tiger theme because like I'm tiger themed. I like these pants. I mean, I guess that looks okay. It doesn't look bad. But there's other, I mean, I guess the mask doesn't change, but is the hat different? I think the hat is the same. It's kind of the same. There are other ones that like the reason you don't see me swap is some of these are different colors depending on what it is. It didn't always used to be that way. Like this looks cool. Got like the gauntlet type thing. It's got like a knife. It's got like all this detail, like this, it looks like a gun gauntlet or something like that. And you switch it over. Fuck is this? Or like here, like it's, you should be able to pick the color of it, and you can, but you got to buy the dye to dye it whatever different color. That's a new thing. Like, I don't think you could do that before. Like some of these dyes. That's stupid. Loot Crate Abyssal Finale. Windwalker Jacket. The hell is that? I mean, I don't know. I mean, cosmetics are not like the end-all be-all for anything in this game, but even the backpacks, I would have liked to seen some more. And I think I've said that in like some of the feedback, is I would like to see darker themes. Like, this is supposed to be like an eldritch horror, post-apocalyptic, you know, type game. And really, we don't see a lot of like dark themes, which I get. There's some things that are just not going to put in the game because there are some restrictions on content overseas, but if you just like took this whole thing as a vertical slice, like there's not a ton in here that is super appealing. Which I think that's why, like, if you'll see, like, many people are rolling female characters, but of course that's all a matter of personal preference. So what we're doing, I think this is the SCP scenario, correct? It is. So what we're doing, I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this today because there's a ton of prep work that's got to be done. This was my seed farm. So basically, what this was doing was it was producing contaminated seeds in bulk. Because like apparently contaminated things do not go bad. So that I did not realize. What the gardener can do specifically is the gardener can use this seed crate thing. So you go in here and you go seed box. So you go seed breeding. Let's make some more of these seeds. You put in 99, you get back 300. So you're like 3xing your seeds. That's probably enough of me complaining. All right, so you can kind of see like these are the binding grenades. They're kind of like the Pokeballs, but different. They're legally distinct. But the silly thing is I can't do anything with any of this contaminated stuff because the way they lock the tech levels is by these stages that you need to complete this symbiosis level, and you can't do it without beating the arenas. So I've never been able to unlock tungsten or any of this advanced stuff. So like these mutagens, the chaos mutagens, like what you need in order to build this stuff, like I've not been able to build it. Yeah, I'll probably move this character onto a different server. I just don't know what one though. Because basically what's going to happen is there'll be like some sort of consolidation of like what I have as far as material. I mean, the biggest like power creep that there was them coming out with that Pal World event. The Pal World event had better like deviations in it as a reward than I've seen even for sale, like on the markets. Like they were really, really good. There's supposed to be another, I don't know, my optimistic viewpoint is there's supposed to be another collaboration with, I think it's like some sort of Korean horror show, basically. It's like, I don't remember the name of it. It's not something that's been over here, but it's supposed to be like a darker theme. Like maybe we'll see that. I know they've been getting a lot of feedback that people want some like darker themes. Like this is basically a zombie game. They're not zombies, but it's basically a zombie game. And hopefully we see something in that vein. So I think what the main thing I'm doing is I'm trying to make... Shoot. Do I need to make a bunch of charcoal? How much? I have 137,000 wood. That's a lot of wood. So if you're trying to accumulate astral sand, you don't want to do it with wood or charcoal, because charcoal literally is like worth 1, and so is charcoal. Or charcoal and wood are both worth the same amount. Like there's no difference. Although I will say this depot thing that they came out with, that was awesome. Like that was probably one of the better things that they've come out with. I might not have enough storage to store all this. I can lag the game out if I click this stuff fast enough. I might wait a little bit to import this in, because what I do want to try to duplicate those. Well, not really duplicate. It's use seed breeding to get more of the contaminated seeds. Because I think this is my only gardener right now, and that seed box is incredibly useful. So I might not do that yet, but like the main like value add of like this scenario is the deviations. So like these are super easy to acquire in this scenario. It's just this menu. It's kind of, not a super big fan of the SCP scenario in general. Well, there's some people that like it. But I think that definitely could have been done a little bit better. If it was me, I would have allowed people to build out way more weapons. So if you look at, do I have a bench in here? Yes, I do. I can kind of show you what the difference is. So they restricted what weapons you can build. Like these are the weapons you can build for the SCP scenario. You can only build certain weapons. You can build them at certain tiers, but you see how little damage they do? So like normally these guns would be doing like 200, 300 damage in that range, but the damage has been cut down by a lot. So like even at tier 5, it only does 124, which is like half of what it would normally do. You can see that they're set to not, they don't crit, they don't do crit damage, they have like reduced weak spot damage. Like the weapons can't crit. The other thing you'll notice is if I go into gear and I try to right click to go to mods, you cannot access any mods in this scenario. So like there's specific gear that you can get. You're restricted to these specific gear sets. There are no set bonuses of any kind. So there's no, like, I guess there was a movement speed bonus on some of it. You can get like certain gear that has heat resist or cold resist. Don't think it really helps you a ton. That's all you can get. You can't really get, you can see there's like way more HP on these than what you would normally have. But my biggest complaints on this scenario was like because there are no silos, right? Because if you look at the total map, you go standard view, we're on standard view. All the silos have been removed. There's no silos. There's no monoliths. And if you look at the drop tables for any of these gyms, they drop like skill mutagens and Stardust Source. So there's not really, if you're looking at like in the grand scheme of the whole game, you don't really get a lot of benefit for playing out of this scenario. Like every other scenario, you're at least going to get like probably improved mods over the course of playing the game. You're probably going to get improved, like a lot of material acquisition. You're going to get a lot of things you can carry forward that are useful. But here, like everything is exclusive to the scenario. So none of the weapons are going to be useful. You're not going to find any calibrations that are going to be useful. Most of these areas are very cut down as far as like enemies. There's not a lot. I mean, there is to an extent. Like if you go through Blackfell, like you can still get like materials and things. But they've also reworked all these areas. So now like Blackfell is a level 5 area. A lot of these things that were like level 40, 50s and Manibus, now they're different. Now, so here's my other theory, right? So I think the other reason they're making common materials is say you've got Blackfell, right? And you want to make it from a level 50 area to a level 5 area. How many things do you have to change as a developer to make that happen? Well, with their current system right now, You're going to have to change every loot table. You're going to have to change every material that drops. You're going to have to change out so many different spawn points for things. But if they make a common material, so say you take all of your materials and you consolidate them down so it's just a common material, then when you change that from like a level 5 area to a level 50 area, you're really just changing the levels of the enemies that spawn. You're not really changing a whole lot else. So I think what it might facilitate them doing in the future is I think it might enable them to more dynamically create new scenarios using the same maps. So instead of having to take like a 3-person team to go through and edit the entire drop tables of everything in the zone, like maybe they can really dynamically come up with that stuff instead. Like I can see the positives and not just the negatives to it, where I can see why they would want to do that from a development standpoint. It's not just a in-game convenience thing. But with that, let me get out of here real quick. I'll exit out of this game. I'm starting to lose my voice. I think I'm starting to get sick. All right, well, that was a little bit of Once Human. I mean, we got a little bit into... I didn't get as far into Manibus as I would have liked to, but that's okay. I don't know if I'll be streaming during the week or not. I'm going to try... What is today? Today is Saturday. I will try to stream Saturday night if I can. And then possibly Sunday night. A lot of it's going to depend on when I can work in my sleep schedule. I do have some other obligations, but I do appreciate you guys stopping out for the stream as always and all the support. And I will see you next time.